because Kristen was giving me the heads up on it. I'm like, I can't change the cameras around. I can't adjust them. Oh. All right. All right, whenever you hit your mic there, you'll be good to go.
Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to call the regular meeting of the Board of Education to order for on May 7th, 2024 at 4 p.m. The board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4 on the agenda. Thank you. Good evening. There we go. Good evening. Welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. I would like to call this board meeting to order at 6 p.m. And I'd like to announce that in closed session, the board took action to decline to hear an appeal request regarding BP 4030, complaint and findings. As a result, the district's March 22nd, 2024 findings are final. The vote was as follows. In favor, unanimous. Opposed, none. The Elk Grove Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Instead of using the Zoom platform, we'll be using the Cosumnes Community Service District's CCSD streaming service. You can access the live stream link from the district's website or directly through CCSD's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. The public comment process will shift to in-person while utilizing the temporary live stream platform. We encourage you to attend the meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. Public comment information. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comments on items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. I'd now like to invite Isabella to read our EGUSD land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you. Okay, and now I would like to call on Ms. Keyshawn Thortona. And we have Mr. Benson to join her. Ms. Thortona is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. But before you begin, I'd just like to read some words that your principal has written about you. Laguna Creek High School is honored to recognize Keyshawn Thortona as our education partner. For more than 30 years, Keyshawn Thortona has been a parent and community member and has dedicated her life to the students and families in Elk Grove and surrounding areas. She is a daughter, mother, wife, and auntie for her loved ones, with most of her immediate family in the Elk Grove area. She works for the California Department of Education, monitoring special education and significant disproportionality in districts across the state. In her spare time, Keyshawn is the Laguna Creek BSU co-advisor and advocate for all families, but she focuses on supporting African American students and families in Elk Grove Unified. Her involvement extends beyond the classroom, fostering a sense of connectedness. Keyshawn works closely with our counseling staff to provide a nurturing environment for our Cardinal BSU. The Laguna Creek High School community benefits from Keyshawn's experience and educational expertise. Keyshawn is also a board member of the United Black Student Unions of California Adult Board, a 50-year-old organization dedicated to creating, expanding, and supporting Black student unions on high school campuses across the state. She wants her legacy to reflect her dedication to supporting and ensuring equity for all students and families, especially for African American students and families. Laguna Creek High School is honored to have Keyshawn as part of the Cardinal family. You may now lead us in the pledge.
Thank you so much for having me here today. And thank you, Mr. Benson. If everybody can please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hold on one second, and I will bring you your certificate. Okay, next up, I'd like to call on Miss Jennifer Wilbanks for the recognition of Heroes of Arts Education.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. On March 14th, 2024, the Friends of Sacramento Arts recognized arts teachers from districts throughout the region. 2 of Elk Grove Unified School District's individuals who were instrumental in the visual and performing arts VAPA instruction were recognized this year. Roya Fox is a theater teacher and VAPA department chairperson at Sheldon High School, and Sherry Hopner teaches dance and the visual arts at Joseph Sims Elementary School. As part of the recognition, Friends of Sacramento Arts are here tonight to award them an honorarium to help provide art supplies and materials for these 2 individuals to use with the many students that they inspire. I'd like to introduce Allison Cagley from Friends of Sacramento Arts to continue with the recognition.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to have us on the agenda. Friends of Sacramento Arts started about 6 years ago at the invitation of the Mayor of Sacramento after the Creative Edge Culture Plan was released, and recognizing the lack of equity access to arts education in schools. And in fact, as you probably know, only 1 in 5 school children get any kind of arts education on a regular basis. So we started in 2019 to focus on initially the districts in Sacramento County to advocate and push for arts education in every classroom. With the onset of Prop 28 being approved, we're now working both locally, regionally, and with statewide partners to implement Prop 28, which is a complicated law that we all have lots of questions to sort through. So as Jennifer mentioned, starting last year, we wanted to recognize arts teachers because we realized educators are not recognized enough. And the sacrifice and the passion that they bring to their students in the classroom needs to be honored. So we had 15 different teachers from 8 different districts recognized on March 14th at the Sophia. And tonight we're here to present honorariums to them. And I also want to introduce a fellow Elk Grove parent whose children benefited from the education in the district. Monique Anderson is our board chair.
Yes, thank you. This award is very near and dear to my heart. Both of my children came through Elk Grove Unified, Pleasant Grove High School, class of 2017 and 2020, and they benefited from the arts immensely. My daughter went on to study fashion design in New York and is working as a fashion designer, and my son graduates on Saturday from Berklee College of Music in film scoring and engineering. And he was just accepted to USC's master's program in film scoring on a full ride scholarship. So, yeah, so just want to thank Elk Grove Unified for the arts program that we had that made such an impact on my own children's lives. Thank you.
We'll have you guys come up here and present to you an honorarium for each of you to use in your classrooms for materials and supplies and to further your passion and your children's experiences. So thank you so much. And I do have extra programs for the board so you can see a little bit more about the event that we had in March and about our organization. So, and our vision is arts every day for every child in every school. So thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to take a quick photo. So we'll do a quick photo. Yeah, quick photo. Okay.
Congratulations. Okay, next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Chad Schweitzer and Miss Sue Hubbard.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, not yet, sorry.
Just me on this one.
Sorry.
That's all right. Right? All right. Good evening, Board President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. We're here tonight to recognize this year's student board representatives. During the 2023-24 school year, the Board of Education has been apprised of academic, co-curricular activities, as well as special programs and events through the excellent, informative, and enthusiastic regional board reports delivered in part by our student board representatives. As board representatives, these students have spoken on behalf of their peers and their schools and have served as valuable liaisons between their classmates, regional schools, and school district administration. So tonight, the board is asked to recognize the 2023-2024 representatives to the Board of Education. And if I could have Superintendent Hoffman and members of the board, if you want to come down and join us in congratulating and meeting our students tonight. Yeah. Smile and shake hands. Yeah. Ryan is here. Ryan Road. I'm sorry. Ryan. All right, from Cosumnes Oaks High School, we have Aria Shergill. There we go. From Florin High School, we have Hao Lam and Liang Long Huang. For Laguna Creek, we have one of our fabulous substitutes here accepting for Riley Cooper. We have Julius James. He's taking Riley's. Yep. Monterey Trail, I want to thank Principal Laura Ricks and Activities Director Craig Grivell for being here. I know they're back there. Thank you, Craig. And we have students Shreya Prasad. Okay. And Bianca Bustillo. Also from Laguna Creek, we have Juliana Gibson. From Pleasant Grove High School, we have Christina Garcia. And Nicholas Theodorovich. Nick. I know he's there. From Sheldon High School, we have Edison Liu. And Valley High School, Grace Longmire.
William is here.
William. And also from Valley, William Namvong. From Las Flores High School, thank you to Principal Justine Fuller and Ryan Rode. And then one of our students couldn't make it, but her father is here. For Ava, we have Mr. Aboribia. There we go. And then from Rio Casadero, thank you to Principal Doug Windle for supporting our students. And we have Afshina Nori. Yeah. All right, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, one more. Well, you made it through the part. Yeah. Oh my god, wait. I know. I think you oh my god. I was like, I'm going.
Thank you for your service, students. Okay. Okay. Asking for blue cards on this item? Telling me I'm supposed to ask for blue cards on this item. Okay. Okay. Mr. Schweitzer and Miss Hubbard.
All right. Good evening, President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here to introduce to you the 2024-25 Student Board Member candidate. The Elk Grove Unified School District School Board member holds a very important role, giving voice to the students of our district. This is also one way our district can nurture democratic citizenship and develop future leaders. To be considered for the student board member position, each interested candidate completes a comprehensive application and campaign. Each site holds an election and moves forward one candidate. 8 of our 9 comprehensive high school sites put forth a candidate this year. Formal interviews were held at the district office by President Jamerson and Mr. Forcina, and each candidate was given up to 10 minutes to answer 5 commonly scored questions. The numbers were tallied, and one candidate is selected. The candidate being recommended to the board is Celine Cheen. I knew I was going to mess it up. Sorry. Celine is currently a junior at Franklin High School. Celine comes with a breadth of leadership and public service experience. Founder and executive director of the Reclamation Project at 916, which was established in 2020 when she was just 13 years old. Founder and chair of the Racial and Economic Justice Committee, representing over 300,000 young citizens in advancing the conditions of life and outcomes of historically underserved youth. District 5 Commissioner with the Sacramento County Youth Commission. She's one of 12 youth appointed by the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for a 3-year term in serving youth in County District 5. There's more. Lead author and research director of the Sacramento County Youth Bill of Rights, and she has many other special projects that she supports. Her interest, because she's not busy enough, is youth equity, race relations, ethnic studies, graphic design, independent journalism, and poetry. And now I'd like to introduce you to Celine.
Thank you, everybody. It is with utmost gratitude and excitement that I speak to you all today. You might have seen me in front of you in a wide range of contexts, be it shaking my hand at community events where I emphasize the importance of youth civic engagement, discussing student-led proposals on the most pressing campus issues for student safety and equity, or mobilizing students across our district to testify on issues that were the closest to heart. I hope that the various pieces of my advocacy in the community that the community has seen from me can register me as a person who does not give up, who expands her horizons, and who, most importantly, keeps her feet grounded in the rooms and spaces that matter, in which students deserve the most agency and leadership. In my role as a youth advocate and social justice community organizer since middle school, primarily due to the Reclamation Project at 916, it comes to my realization that the student board member position is not and should not be a role that is static. The district deserves leaders, and that equally means student leaders who can ignite, who can capacitate and galvanize young people, who not only represent and advocate for their constituents, but empower constituents to take the reins and show up in these spaces too. As student board member, I shall prioritize the just and strategic investment of resources and funding, enlivening my years of experience that has reinvested over $150,000 to equitable youth programming and direct aid. Our student body shall remain at the forefront of my work to create outlets for participatory budgeting advisory councils, seats filled with students, and develop scholarships and grants as I simultaneously consult with students in the most socioeconomically marginalized areas in the Sacramento region. As I serve as the first and only racial and economic justice chair of the Sacramento County Advisory Body on Youth, I hold firmly the importance of creating spaces and building spaces that haven't yet existed before. As student board member, I will call on partnerships, facilitate district-wide listening sessions, and establish specialized demographic-based commissions and councils welcoming students of color, first-generation low-income students, students of Title I schools, and all identities to understand where our gaps stand and how we can continuously improve for the future of this district. I commit to the coordination of public hearings on the state of our district and community forums centering student input on our Student Bill of Rights. I commit to making accessible and the youth impacting and youth serving resolutions and policies spearheaded by the Elk Grove Unified School District and motivate a year filled with students sharing their vibrant ideas on our meeting comment floors. And above all, I aim to bridge the distance between the heightened seats of board members and our students who are learning, building, igniting a difference on the ground and have us tap into these irreplaceable partnerships.
And I want us all to remember what we walked into and why we walked into public leadership, the people who support us and the people who we shall support. It is my deepest hope that my term shall have us remember that for the issues now and for the goals we have beyond. Thank you very much.
I would now like to call on Mr. Vargas. Do we have any blue cards on this item? Oh, yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was just, after that. I would now like to respectfully request the board to give consideration for the approval of Celine Cheen as the 4th Elk Grove Unified Student School Board member.
Do we have any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to call for a motion to approve the recommended student board member who will officially be seated on July 1st, 2024.
I'm happy to move the motion.
And I will second it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And I would like to turn it over to Mr. Fortuna, who I think would like to say a word.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was telling Gina earlier that it's been good that we've had an opportunity the last few years to be the board representatives on the interview committee. This year's interviewees was the strongest yet, which says that we, as a district, Sue Hubbard in particular, are learning how to ensure that students have knowledge of the position and what it's about. And I know that Isabella did numerous things this year to share with students in the different schools the benefits of this position. When we interviewed, it was clear who was going to be the 24-25 school board representatives, and we are looking forward to working with you. I am looking forward to working with you. I have volunteered to be your mentor this year, and starting in July, we'll all be ready to go to work. So looking forward to getting to know you and hearing about all the wonderful things you're going to be doing in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Well, I just want to say congratulations. I am very happy to hear such a powerful, heartfelt, statement, and most importantly, the work that you have done at such a young age, even though you are still so young, but you done it at 13, right? That's incredible. And with what you said on that statement, it really touched my heart, and I believe it makes everybody happy that we have chosen the right student board member to represent all the students. So congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
Isabella.
I just want to say congratulations. I've seen the way firsthand how much care you and dedication you have for all of the work. I've been to a TRP event, and it was just astounding how much you're able to do. So I'm really excited to see what you do in this position, and I can't think of a more fitting person for this role.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, and we will see you in July.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Singh.
I have to follow that. So those are high bars. Good evening, Madam President, Ms. Jameson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues, and community. It's my pleasure to present Resolution 75 for 2023 and 24. And Resolution 75 will recognize May 19th through the 25th as Classified School Employees Week in the Elk Grove Unified School District. So the California State Legislature passed a measure in 1986 which established California's Classified School Employees Week to recognize the valuable contribution and meaningful services that our classified employees make to our schools every day. And to recognize this event locally, it is my honor to request the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education to approve this resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to call for a motion to approve Resolution 75, recognizing May 19th through 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employees Week in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Vargas and seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Avey for Hmong American Day.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. The Board of Education is requested to adopt Resolution Number 74, designating May 14th, 2024 as Hmong American Day as a time to remember and honor Hmong people's history, stories, and contributions in the Vietnam War. May 14th, Hmong American Day, is a time to remember and honor people's history, stories, and contributions, and was the day of the last airlift evacuation of Hmong soldiers and families from Laos to a refugee camp in Thailand. The Elk Grove Unified School District, in partnership with the Sacramento Education Cable Consortium, has a collection of stories from Hmong and Mien survivors of the Secret War that is maintained on the Time of Remembrance EGUSD Oral History Project webpage. They shared their stories so that teachers and their students can learn about a hidden or just sometimes undertold history that's still missing from most textbooks. Their interviews also provide invaluable insights to understanding the challenges faced by refugees still today, such as language barriers, cultural differences, huge shifts in geography, and just overall loss of homeland and heritage. Since then and today, Hmong Americans are helping build a vibrant and diverse California, contributing socially, politically, and economically to our state. And with that, I thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to call for a motion to approve Resolution Number 74, designating May 14th, 2024 as Hmong American Day, as a time to remember and honor Hmong people's histories, stories, and contributions in the Vietnam War.
May I make a comment before we vote?
Yes.
Okay. It's certainly good that the board is going to recognize Hmong American Day. What pleases me in terms of our district is that we have incorporated the Secret War into the curriculum materials that are available for teachers so that people have an understanding of the sacrifices that many thousands of people made, not only with their lives, but also with having to relocate themselves and their families because of their support for what the United States was attempting to do. And I'm proud that our office does that.
Mr. Yang? Okay, absolutely. I would then like to call for a motion.
I'm honored to move the motion.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Yang and seconded by Mr. Fortuna. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Yang.
Thank you. I want to start by saying thank you to my board member colleagues up here for helping me adopt this resolution this year, last year, and the year before that. I wanted to share with you all that 3 years ago, since we adopted this resolution, or I spearheaded to have a celebration at Elk Grove Regional Park. We continued that tradition last year at Elk Grove Regional Park, and this year we're making it bigger by collaborate with City Council, Mai Vang, and City Council Chantal. And this year is going to be held at Shasta Park on May 11th, on Saturday, from 10 to 3 p.m., and everybody is welcome to join. It's a free event to the public, for the public. And I was also very proud to share this information with you all. Since we adopted this resolution 3 years ago, we have other board who came forward to also adopt this resolution, and that's CSD Board, Elk Grove City Board, Sacramento City Board, Merced City Board, and Fresno City Board. And those cities that I know that will celebrate this celebration will be, again, here in Sacramento, Merced, and Fresno. So I'm very proud to say that we did it first, and not to praise on us, but I think it's when you do the right thing, people gonna follow. And this is one of the example. And I just want to read this really brief statement that was also already read on the resolution, but I just want to reread it again. May 14, Hmong American Day, is a time to remember and honor the Hmong people's history, stories, sacrifice, and contribution to the United States of America during the Vietnam War, where approximately 30,000 to 40,000 Hmong soldiers were killed during that secret war, many who were under 18 years old. Furthermore, May 14, 1975, was the time the Hmong people were helped by the United States to migrate to Thailand and then to the United States, where the Hmong become citizens of this country, becomes workers such as teachers, engineers, lawyers, soldiers, policemen, policewomen, elected officials across the board. And we are proud to say we are here to stay, to be a part of taxpayer and uplift this country to be a better country going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next item is student expulsion and voluntary transfer recommendations. If anyone wishes to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion recommendation, please let us know. I would like to call for a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsion. It's been moved by Ms. Albiani and seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And now we move into public comment. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards for items not on the agenda?
Yes, we have a few. So let's start with Timea Franklin, followed by Yuvraj Gill. And if at any point I make a mistake on somebody's name, feel free to repeat your name for all of us.
Hello, my name is Tamia Franklin. I'm a junior at Sheldon High School, and this is my first year in the Sheldon Care internship. I'd like to talk about what our internship mainly focuses on. We're speaking about drug prevention, which not a lot of people like to speak about. Drug prevention, talking about it with the youth and speaking about how we can prevent it, how we can better inform our community. I'll be speaking about Narcan, as I am Narcan certified, and I think that's something that not a lot of people know about or have heard about. I think it should be talked about more, and it's very simple and easy to get a course and learn from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Yuvraj Gill, followed by Najma Brakat.
Hello, my name is Yuvraj, and I am a care intern at Sheldon High School, and this is my first year. As care interns, we organize a tabling event at our school to raise awareness about the dangers of vaping, discussing the addictive nature of nicotine, potential lung damage, and available resources for quitting. Through engaging discussions and informative posters, we aim to empower our peers to make informed decisions about their health and promote healthier lifestyles within our school community. We feel that our presence is more effective in communicating to students as we tend to be more relatable to the students. When we ask questions and share our experiences with students, they feel more accepted and understood, which helps them to feel that they are in a safe environment. We also brought awareness about Fentanyl Day, which is actually today. We organized a fentanyl tabling event and had students to do a Q&A with questions about fentanyl. These questions were used to determine the students' current knowledge about this drug and to educate our students about the causes and solutions to fentanyl abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Najma Brakat, followed by Shinya Wang.
Hello, my name is Najma Brakat, and I'll be talking about the events we attended, the events we hosted in this March of 2024. I would say for the most of us it went better than expected because it was kind of local, so we didn't expect many people, but a lot showed up, and we were very proud of that. Many people arrived and took our pamphlets of resources to use for rehab and rehabilitation of drug abuse sources. We, the care internship students, presented our town hall and what will happen throughout the evening as we presented our introduction. As we started, we all had our part in the introduction in the topic of tobacco, vaping, and addiction overall. We had a public speaker after our presentation in which she explained her experience with kids and mental health and how it correlates to drug abuse in high school. Afterwards, the audience asked us their questions, and we answered to the full extent of our knowledge, which we have learned throughout this whole year of being in the CAD internship about mental health awareness, as well as drug abuse in adolescence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Shinya Wang, followed by Jessica Hunjan.
Hi, my name is Cece Wang. I am a junior at Sheldon High School. During the CARE internship, we spread awareness of major issues around our campus. Throughout this year, we tabled at our school many times, including the Mental Health Awareness Week and Alcohol Awareness Week. During the Mental Health Awareness tabling, we did an activity which was having the students write on a sticky note about what they're stressed about, and we give them a sticky note with something that could help them cope with the stress. During the Alcohol Awareness Week, we tabled about the dangers of alcohol consumption among teenagers. We had drunk goggles to stimulate the effect of drunk driving to students, so students could have a better concept of the dangers with alcohol consumption and drinking while driving. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Jessica Hunjan, followed by Simran Chatha.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Jessica Hunjan. I am a 10th grader at Sheldon High School, and I will be talking more about what we do as an internship. So our main goal is to spread awareness about alcohol and substance abuse amongst our community as well as the youth. This topic has gone very unseen among us. So our goal is to provide information and sorry about that, information as well as other information for where they can find help, as well as other students and our community members around us learn about interns and drug addiction prevention programs to further improve our self-education about substance affecting this community. This is my first year as Sheldon interns in the Sacramento area. This internship provides us with opportunities to be Narcan certified, as well as providing us as CPR certified. This internship has helped us to know the importance of reaching out to the youth community to help with substance abuse and prevention. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Simran Chatha, followed by Ravdeep Sandhu.
Good evening to everyone. Hi, my name is Simran Chatha. I'm a student at Sheldon High School. I'm also part of the Career Internship program. This program provides an opportunity for students to engage in their community. This opportunity is provided by the Jakara Movement program to us. This internship mainly focuses on substance abuse and how we can prevent it in the youth. My fellow members already talked more deeply about the purpose and motive of our internship. I myself want to talk more about the feedback we have been getting from people throughout the internship by teachers, parents, as well as the students. One of our first surveys was conducted for teachers if they were willing to be Narcan certified if given the opportunity. And most of the teachers, around 90% of them, said yes to online-based training because they wanted to help students if there were any overdose occurrences in campus. Another survey that we took was about asking people if they knew where the Narcan was located in our campus at Sheldon. Most of the students and teachers were not certain of where they could find Narcan, and they just took a guess if it was just in the office or in the nurse's office. As a student, I would want to be certain of where I could find Narcan in campus, so if I needed, I could go help the students needed who are on the verge of, at this point, dying, because Narcan can cause that. This can cause delay in giving. So Narcan is only located in one area in the campus. So if I want to really help, I don't have the time to go from one place to another. So this also causes a problem of it not being in every camp, in every buildings at campus. Another aspect that we should be paying attention is how vaping has been so common at campus, not only at Sheldon, but in all schools in the EGUSD district. There should be action taken towards these vaping scandals happening at our school campuses. The solution should not be only shutting down our restrooms, rather it should be shutting down the vape scandal. Our internship also provides many resources that help people with substance use issues as well as mental health resources. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Ravdeep Sandhu, followed by Rich Diltz.
Hello, my name is Ravdeep Sandhu. I'm part of the 2023 and 2024 internship of CARE. Our internship is based off drug prevention. I joined this internship as my generation of teens are sustainable to drug abuse. With all the discussed matters from my fellow members, I would like to discuss our future events in our next year and how this program can continue to help our communities. This upcoming week, we're holding an event at our school by watching a movie and asking questions to students about the movie Beautiful Boy. This movie can help demonstrate and create understanding to teenagers about how substances can affect one's life. Having such an advantage and creation of new society rules and demonstrations of rules to our younger generations can help prevent these new drug abuse scandals happening. And learn and educate our future generations and create a difference in our society. Overall, the future, we can see that the internship is helping sustain and create a big impact in our community, as this impact will be helping provide Narcan certification to teachers and students. This certification can happen during health class. As we're already learning CPR, might as well teach Narcan certification. Narcan is this drug that can help overdoses of opioids. And this happens quite frequently in Sacramento District and the Elk Grove District. With such availability of Narcan certification comes Narcan in new classes and areas. Having such availability can prevent these issues and problems happening and create a safer and more respected school environment and implementing new expectations on students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Rich Diltz, followed by Jennifer Ballerini.
Good evening, board members, EGUSD staff, and my fellow parents and citizens. At the last meeting I attended, there was a gentleman who made comments about secret meetings at the schools and other phrases, which I took to mean the clubs and counseling that have been created for LGBTQ plus students. I would just like to commend the board and the EGUSD staff for their repeated work on behalf of marginalized students of all kinds. This isn't about politics. It's not about culture. It's not about being permissive, usurping parents' rights, or infringing on religious freedom. When you are defending the ability for LGBTQ students to explore their identity, you are saving lives. You are saving lives. It's that simple. LGBTQ people have higher incidence of suicide and self-harm because the pressure that they get to behave as if they are something else. They have increased chances of homelessness, dropping out of school, becoming sex workers, and many other issues precisely because the people who are supposed to support them withdraw support when they need it most. Or they give false support in the form of pray the gay away and other attempts to change who they are. By continuing to support these kids and allowing them to explore their identities, you're giving them a fighting chance. Trans youth have some of the highest incidence of self-harm and suicide. There is a scientifically proven method to halt this in its tracks and bring their levels right back up where they should be with everybody else. And that is to honor their chosen names and to honor their chosen pronouns. It's that simple. It makes a profound difference. And by continuing to defend these rights for these kids, you are making a profound difference. And I know there are other citizens that are pressuring you to change that or to alter that. And I'm just here to remind you of how important it can be. You need to, I'm sorry. You need to keep protecting these kids, especially when they're not getting it home. So thank you for what you're doing, and please just keep doing it, no matter what anybody else is saying to the contrary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jennifer Ballerini, followed by Dr. Jazz Cower.
Haven't been up here in quite a while since I retired. Good evening, Board President, Superintendent Hoffman, my friend Ludi over there. My name is Jennifer Ballerini, and I want to bring something to your attention that I know Mr. Fracchina mentioned it a few meetings ago, and I just want to make sure that it hasn't fallen off the radar. We need to look at attendance boundaries. I'm specifically concerned about the neighborhood known as Rancho Verde. My grandchildren happen to live there. So it's near and dear to my heart, obviously. It's a little neighborhood at the end of Bilby Road and Willard Parkway in the southwest Elk Grove. The elementary students are in the Franklin Elementary attendance area. However, the middle and high school students are slated to go all the way to Pinkerton and Casunas Oaks. It's about 5 miles, kind of far to walk. So it means they take the bus. I know people out in Area 7 also have the same problem with going all the way out there, but this is where my grandkids live. So they should be able to attend the high schools and middle schools closest to their homes. The fact that they have to go all the way to Pinkerton and Cosumnes Oaks means that it makes after-school activities and athletics out of reach for these students. That is an equity issue. If they can't provide transportation at different times to accommodate for that, to me, that means they're missing out on things, and that's not okay. If they chose to go to school farther away, that would be an issue they and their parents have chosen, and will deal with it. These students have a choice, don't have a choice, because they can't attend Toby Johnson and Franklin because they aren't open to inter-district transfers, as we all know. I am sure with all the building going on down in South and Southwest Elk Grove, there will be a few more boundary adjustments that need to be made, but this one obviously is near and dear to my heart, and I look forward to seeing it on a future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Dr. Jazz Kaur, followed by Lisa Stanley.
Thank you. I first want to start with the correction to my name, because it sees like I come up here often. Kaur in the Sikh community, or K-A-U-R, is pronounced as Kaur.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and then S-I-N-G-H, Singh, is Singh, not sing like the song. So just wanted to share that. I just want to say good evening to the board, and I just want to kind of pick up from my conversation from about a month ago when I came to the board meeting, and I was a little upset because, we don't have a counselor, and we're 3 full years. And I've been requesting some information, some communication, and very light communication has happened. As part of my card, I gave a handout. Does everybody have this handout? And I did some analysis, and what it is some analysis of the student. There were 8 copies provided, so everybody should have received a copy. It's some summarization of some analysis of the student support allocations for Franklin Elementary. We should have 2 FTEs of student support services that is spread between a mental health therapist, a behavioralist, a school psychologist. Since we have not had a counselor that takes away 0.4, we should at least have 1.6 each week. Based on the data or information that was provided to me from August of 2023 through March 2024, we have not received 1.6 FTEs each week. And I've broken that analysis down, and within my 3-minute time period, I don't have time to go into all of that. But I have also requested meetings with my district board person, and I don't want to be singling you out, Ms. Jamerson, but you are very nice, very sweet, but you're not responsive. And you know what? That's difficult. I voted for you. And my expectation is for you to contact me. This is not the appropriate forum to be solving some of these. I'm not trying to make a public circus out of this. I'm trying to get to some solutions. I have an educational background. I have a doctorate in this field. Okay, I'm trying to get to some solutions. You are paid a stipend to serve and help us. Okay, and I don't know the last time that you have sat and listened to us, And I would appreciate some contact. And Superintendent, if we have a board member, if they're not able to carry out their role, I'm asking you to reach out to me. I have some concerns with the district board. The district administration. There are some challenges there, and I just want to bring light to that. And that's why I've kind of done a little bit of my analysis here for you. But I do have an expectation for a meeting.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next up is Lisa Stanley, followed by Lorene Pryor.
Hi, my name is Lisa Stanley. I'm an advocate with Black Youth Leadership Project, and unfortunately we are back here again for another complaint that we got in your district. We haven't been here in a while. And my only question is, what is it going to take for this district to finally do something different? This staff member had choked one of our babies, and it's unacceptable. So yet again, we are here saying the same thing. It does not go unnoticed. Everybody should know by now this is Elk Grove is #1 in the state for disproportionate discipline for our Black babies. And we're tired. We're tired of it. And I don't want this continuous fight with you all. On another note, I want to say kudos to the Sheldon team here with the substance abuse treatment that has been going on, the workshops that have been going on, because we are with, this is one of our partners. We've been facilitating mindfulness-based substance abuse treatment for adolescents, and we've been in other districts, and this is actually one of our partners. I wanted him to have the floor for a few minutes because there is some good that can be come out of this. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you,
Joaquin.
Board. My name is Joaquin Jordan. I'm a consultant with Continuity Consulting out of Folsom, California. We deploy a mindfulness-based substance abuse treatment program. We're funded by DHCS. We have a multi-million-dollar grant, and our only mission is to provide SUD education where it's needed. And so if we could partnership with Elk Grove Unified School District, we're offering free services with regards to training education staff, training independent facilitators, providing staffing costs, as well as training for facilitation. So it is no cost to the school district. We will fully support any school, any amount of students that there's a need for, and we just wanted to make sure that you're aware of this opportunity. We partner with BYLP, and we... How fabulous we are. They're amazing. They're a whole mood. But the biggest thing for us is we have funding that we have to spend, but we also know that there is a significant need in our state with regards to an opioid response. And so we're here for you. We're here for the students and for the parents, and we just want you to be able to take advantage of this opportunity that is no fiscal impact to your bottom line. We will fund every aspect of this program 100%, from staffing to motivational incentives. So thank you.
Thank you. And sir, since your information was not on the blue card that I had, would you please make sure that our staff over here gets it?
Give me your card. This is what he was going to turn in, but he was a little tardy for the party. There you go.
Great, thank you. And next up is Lorraine Pryor.
Well, good evening, everyone. I know it's been a while since I've been here. That's because we've been in other districts doing the work. But what brings me here is when we were traveling out of state, I had a call during my layover where a parent reported that her 9-year-old baby was choked up by one of your staff on Arlene Hines campus. Now, generally, I would show up myself, but I wasn't in the state. And so I had to send members of my team, which observed the parent being spoken down to, trying to be tone policed by your staff and by the law enforcement that actually showed up. This parent was irate. And if you don't want to deal with irate parents, you're going to have to learn how to have a different response. We do not expect to send our children into your schools for them to be harmed. I was mortified by the pictures that I was sent of that young boy's neck. The back of his neck looks like, I don't even know, multiple welts of some sort. So it had to be an amount of force to put this on this child's neck. It's unacceptable. I should not have to stop what I'm doing to come in here to address you about yet another Black child being mistreated in your district. If you wanted my attention, all you had to do was call me. Now you have it. And so what can we do moving forward to make sure that we get some sort of understanding? I don't expect to ever hear a parent tell me, well, we'll just make sure that particular staff member doesn't come near your child. Excuse me? Why wasn't he immediately removed from the campus? I don't expect to see him. I know his name. I don't expect to see him on any of your campuses if he does not know how to treat children. Because if a parent would have done that, CPS would have been called immediately. I expect the same energy. That's just what I expect. And I do want to say that there were some bright things that came out of it, because when I did place a call to I have a team now. When my team member, Quinessa, sent an email over to Dr. Graywall. We were then put in touch with Martin Fine, who helped to facilitate that child's immediate transition to another school. So I want to say thank you for that. Additionally, we had the principal over at the new school, Miss Q, which is one of my favorite people because we met years back when she was at Charles Mack. She hosted the parent and I for a tour of that new campus. We thank you for that too. But it should not take this sort of incident to prompt you all into action. And so I want you to know that although you don't see me enough because my schedule does not dictate that I'm still here and I'm still willing to flip tables for our children.
Thank you. And that is the end of our blue cards.
You're not going to let us speak on that? So I was here to speak on the same issue, and it's about time the Elk Grove Unified School District start taking seriously the issue of black children.
Thank you.
You're constantly allowing black children to be abused.
Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Public comment is over. Yes, you turn in a sheet. Thank you. Thank you. We are on the consent agenda. Mr. Vargas, do we have any names, any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
I would like, okay, ma'am, you are out of order now. Sorry, public comment is over. Ma'am. I would now like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 37 on the consent agenda. Yes, Mr. Perez.
Tony.
Did you have items you wanted to pull, Mr. Perez?
Yes. I'd like to pull consent item number 9 and 37.
I would like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 8 and 10 through 36 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved by Mr. Vargas and seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Perez, item number 7?
Number 9.
I mean 9, apologies.
Number 9 is approval of Second Amendment to ground lease between Elk Grove Unified School District and Elk Grove Adult Community Training, Inc. for 8810 Elk Grove Boulevard. We received this consent item, but there's a lot of questions. Again, I recommend that you add a map to these type of requests because there's a lot of questions. Well, it drives me crazy, really. What property are we talking about? Is it Project Ride Arena? Is it the actual bus, the old bus terminal property? That was not, it's not clear within this, the rationale and the purpose of this request. The other request is that you're requesting a 20-year lease. I prefer a 10-year agreement, lease agreement, which I agree, $1, that's no problem with me, but 20-year lease agreement. The other issue I had regarding this property, is it the old bus terminal or what? I mean, the bus, or is it Project Ride actual property? That's what I want to know because it's an area in which I think personally, and I've envisioned, it's right by Jesse Baker School, and I'd like to see, and I've talked about this issue regarding special ed, that we could grow in that area within special ed. There's property there that, we have relocatables I don't agree with, but we could actually have actual buildings servicing our special needs students throughout our district. And I was informed earlier, or that, there's a lack of space within our staff. And I was wondering if there is a lack of space, why don't we use that site? Because it's a central location within our district. There's a lot of ifs or issues that I have in this proposal, and we should think about expanding services to our special needs students throughout the districts. This property is centrally located downtown Elk Grove. And I hear that, some our administrative staff wants to put some of our staff way over there on Highway 5, almost outside our district. And so I think we need to reevaluate or have this in either closed session or to have this better understanding, because I'm not sure if my fellow board members actually know what's going on here.
Can I speak?
Is it? Yes.
Yeah, thanks. It says here in the description, it's the site is located at 8810 Elk Grove Boulevard, and they refer to it as the property located at the old transportation site. So I don't know if that helps make it more clearly to you. And also that it is currently used to provide continuing education to adults with disabilities in the Elk Grove community.
Correct.
So it's currently used for our adults with disabilities.
But is it Project Right? Yes or no?
No.
Great.
What you said earlier.
I support Project Right. So the other issue I had, how many students are being served by this organization? Or can Elk Grove Unified School District, can we use this and serve more students, this special population, versus this other nonprofit? That's a question that has not been addressed in this this particular memo or this paper, this request. So that's a question I have. Like I said, if that piece of property, the bus terminal, is there, I think we as a board should think about expanding Baker and service our disabled community further and not put them in relocatable buildings. We should make them an actual classroom that are first class, that have the latest technology to serve those individuals, and the fact we could save millions of dollars in transportation needs that we spend currently busing these students, here and there.
Okay, Mr.
So
Perez,
okay.
your opinion has been noted.
Mm-hmm.
Moving to number 37, please.
No other discussions with my fellow board members? Okay. All right. Approval of Zoom license agreement. During the epidemic, this was an application that was very, very important doing this distance learning and also providing meetings internally within our Elk Grove Unified School District. I have not seen the licensing agreement, but I would like to see it, a component of that, instructional for our administrative staff, our board members, how we could use it to the fullest potential. I don't know as of today if there's training language set aside for them to give us training on the latest technology of Zoom and what the latest technology as board members could use. So, there's a lot of questions. I support this, but yet the language and the lease agreement I do not have access to. I know it's $111,000, but it's a lot of gray there.
Thank you very much. Again, just a reminder, you can ask for these items prior to the board meeting. Okay. Thank you. And now I'd like to make a motion to approve items number 9 and number 37 on the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Albiani and seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Hold on. Did you ask anybody voted no? I vote no.
Sorry. Approved. And if nay, if no, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, thank you. Bargaining units. Do we have any bargaining units who wish to address the board this evening? Jeremiah.
Hello, everybody. Good to see everybody. President Jamerson, school board, Mr. Hoffman, Ludi. Every time I come to these meetings, I'm amazed with the students who are here and what they do. I mean, we have had great examples of student school board members since I've been here, and it's amazing. And to see everybody speak takes a lot of courage to do that. You know, not everybody can do that. And I'm always amazed with what I see. The future is bright, right, as they say. And that's due to the staff that we have doing these jobs. It's due to the teachers, to the paras. It's due to the library technicians. It's due to all classified and all certificated staff. And so taking that and segueing into the recognition of Classified Appreciation Week, I speak on behalf of my classified folks and say we appreciate that. I think that appreciation is something that should be year-round. It's great that we have weeks, and that's for everybody, for all positions, all people. But it is great to acknowledge that, and we got to recognize that these are the staff that are raising our kids. These are the staff, whether you are a custodian, a food service worker, campus supervisor. Sometimes those are the people that the kids go to when they want to talk. I mean, speak to any of the kids that you want to talk to. And sometimes it's that food service worker who they just click with, that campus supervisor who takes the time to talk to them about their issues that they don't want to talk to a counselor about, because that changes things, right? That's just what it is. That's the reality we live in. And so, again, appreciate that the board has taken the resolution for Classified Appreciation Week, and I think we need to just keep that in the forefront of our minds, is that our staff is what keeps us going and creates the amazing results in the children that we see every single board meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'd like to call on Superintendent Hoffman for our arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant planning discussion.
Thank you very much. So looking forward to this conversation, and we'll go through, you'll see really kind of making sure we're all clear about what the process is, what the grant is about, and then we have a couple of options for the board to consider, and I was looking forward to direction from the board tonight. So we'll roll forward with that. So we'll make sure we're clear about the outcomes tonight. So first, again, want to make sure we're clear about the understanding with regards to the aim and grant, so we're all on the same page, how we can use the funds, the spending timelines, and those kinds of things. We will review the board direction to date. We have received some board direction that has some impact on this grant, opportunity for the board to discuss options, and then this will allow the staff to get some direction with regards to bringing this back to the board for action. Just as a reminder, tonight's not an action item, it's a discussion item. Based on the conversation, we'll bring back a recommendation for the board to take action on. Right now, we're planning on May 28th to do that. Going back to our agreements, kind of the five kind of staples of how we build our budgets, maintaining fiscal solvency. We're going to be responsible for taking care of our own house and not rely on the state. Maintaining and evaluate what we've built, and making sure many districts, they build something when the times are good, and the first thing they do is tear it apart as soon as there's a little bit of a blip. And I'm proud to say our district has not done that traditionally. Number three is remaining competitive for the best and brightest staff that represent our students and our community. And I think we've done a really nice job with that over the past couple of years with the differentiated agreements that we did across our organizations. And then you'll take a little action later tonight, which will be the last of the comparability study agreements with NUHW tonight. So Mr. Riley, the comp study is put to bed. So appreciate that. And then the final two bullets are kind of how we move forward. So as additional dollars become available, one of the first things we want to look to is building upon things that we've already started. Oftentimes, based on funding limitations, we aren't able to go as far as we'd like to with some of our programming. And so when additional dollars come in before we look at something new, one of the first things we want to pay attention to is there something that we have not built upon yet that we would like to continue to build upon? And then when there's money available, we also talk about new things from time to time. Just as a note, we are really kind of squarely in the first and second bullets right now. Fiscal solvency is solid, but we really are in kind of a maintain and evaluate what we've built and trying to make sure that we can keep that in place. And that's really kind of the focus of where we are currently. Okay, the essential information about the Amen grant. So I want to make sure we're clear about this so everybody's on the same page. So we'll go through some of the details. And this is a critically important slide. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time on it and make sure our community, our board, staff, everybody understands. The 5 areas that you see here, these are the main areas in which the grant allows people to, and allows districts to spend dollars with regards to the Amen grant. So 5 of them there. First one, obtaining standards-aligned professional development and instructional materials for specified subject areas. And we'll go through those actual areas in another slide. Professional development and instructional materials for improving school climate, how kids feel on campus. Developing diverse and culturally relevant multilingual school library book collections. The famous or infamous, depending on perspective, is operational cost. In this case, it says including retirement and healthcare costs. And I will make a point on that when I talk about the presentations we've done with this. But this does really open it up with the idea that districts were given the flexibility to cover other issues within a very challenging budget cycle. This gives the district flexibility to make choices and the board flexibility to make choices. And the last one's COVID-related costs. And these are more about kind of things to keep schools and stuff. It's not so much some of the other things that we've done in the past, but it's really PPE and just if there's a need to continue those kinds of things, the state wanted to make sure we had a place for that. So the notes are really important on the bottom. So the first one is a reminder that the governor signed this into law, AB 185, on September 27th of 22. This next bullet, I really want to make sure we're clear about because one thing that you'll notice is in the 5 bullets that are here, there isn't a direct mention of visual and performing arts. Although the grant, the title lists music and arts, but it's not in one of these 5 here. And so there's been statements made that VAP is not included in these 5. So as a staff, we did a deep dive. We wanted to make sure we were very clear about what was actually in the legislation as it was written. And so the second bullet, I'm going to read it aloud, and this is an actual statement from the legislation itself with regards to a recognition of arts and music education programs. So section 134C, funding appropriated pursuant to this section shall be available for encumbrance through the 25-26 fiscal year. Local education agencies are encouraged but not required to proportionally use resources received pursuant to this section for the purposes noted in paragraphs 1 to 5, inclusive of subdivision A, and to support arts and music education programs. Nowhere else in the legislation does it speak specifically to the arts and music education funding. But what I want to be crystal clear with everybody is it's clearly embedded in the legislation, and it is a focus of the legislation. So for someone to say that it's not there because you don't see it in the 5 is not accurate. So I just wanted to make sure we highlighted that it is a viable place to spend these funds moving forward. So then I'm going to go through the 5 areas. So this is the first one, the standards aligned professional development, instructional materials, and I'm not going to read them all, but these are the content areas by which it is you're authorized to spend these funds to support these curricular areas. So a wide variety of curricular areas are included there. This is a specific note with regard to how you could use funds to assist with school climate, de-escalation, restorative justice strategies, and those kinds of things. And you'll actually see those are some of the things that we're recommending with these dollars. Diverse, culturally relevant, and multilingual school library book collections. Again, that's something that can be used with this particular funding source. We did do a pretty deep dive into this in previous allocations that came through the ESSER funding. But that is a legitimate use of the funds within this grant. And again, the infamous or famous, depending on your perspective, the ability to use operational costs, including but not limited to retirement and healthcare costs. This was put in the legislation specifically because districts were struggling coming out of the pandemic and may have needed some flexibility with regards to meeting the needs, basic needs of the district. And the last one, related to COVID. I think we've all had enough COVID talk over the past few years, but those are allowable costs as well. And then, so that's the general piece with regards to what the Amen grant is from the state level and how it was put together. And then now we're talking about the specifics related to Elk Grove Unified. So Elk Grove Unified's allocation is just over $36 million. Elk Grove Charter also gets an allocation of $151,000. And the spending timeline, as we've spoken before, it goes through the 25-26 fiscal year. So we have through not the coming June of next year, but it's the following school year. And then board direction to date. So we have had some conversations. We've kind of referred things to Block Grant 1 and Block Grant 2. And we were given direction earlier in the year to use Block Grant 1 to keep the positions that were formerly the ESSER positions that are now the board priorities, to keep those in place for 2 additional years. And so we are using Block Grant 1 to do that. The second thing that the board gave direction was to keep the goods and services, the non-people pieces related to this plan, in place for 1 more year. The board's given us direction so far to do that through June 30th of 2025. When we originally had that conversation, we were hopeful and thought that the first block grant would be able to cover a majority of these goods and services through June of 25. If you remember, through the last budget cycle, the governor and legislature reduced the first block grant by about $10 million. So that actually erodes our ability to pay for that, the goods and services through the first block grant. I'm still hopeful that there will be some funding available through first block grant to cover some of this first year, but less hopeful than I was when we received the original direction. And so these are some of the pieces that are built into the goods and services that are funded through 2025. And the first one is related to AVID. If you remember, we've really had a really strong middle and high school AVID program over the years. This was really an opportunity to move AVID into our elementary schools. And so these are the supports that you see to keep that in place for this coming year. Ed Equity, Resources and Services. Obviously, we've with the direction of the board, we've built an Ed Equity department. Didn't exist before, and so we're very proud of that. We've been able to expand some of the services with the people that are in place in our equity department. But these funds are actually the dollars to do the work that those folks do. So being able to do programs like our expansion of Black student unions, student equity councils, our young men of color programming, advisor stipends. So in order for us to actually do the work, we have the people in place through the other funding source, but this is the actual dollars they have to do the programming itself. And that's very similar to what you see with the family and community engagement resources. So we have additional staff in place to do work, but these are some of the services, our newcomer wellness resources, timesheets for our home visits, and that kind of work is being done. And then the other four areas, social emotional learning, recess support. This is actually happening at all 43 elementary schools, and it's specific programming that happens during recess. And feedback so far has been very strong about the services that are provided through this, and really a structured, engaging outdoor activities during PE, or excuse me, during recess. K1 level foundational reading skills support, making sure that we are, as we're rolling out a real focus on our early learners and reading. This is opportunities to be able to provide time for our staff to do this work. It has been critical, and again, being done at all 43 elementary sites. Special education, this is some additional subscriptions and resources that are available to staff as we're rolling out additional services to students. And then the student Chromebook and connectivity, we were able to move to a one-to-one district with regards to devices. One of the positives of a pandemic, if there's anything positive of a pandemic, but it did allow us to accelerate that work. And the other piece is we are still providing hotspots for students across the district who are in areas that they may not have access, and so that's the final piece. The total of those items is just short of $11 million. If you remember, at one point the number was around $16 million. So we have scaled this back, but in order to run those programs, the cost is about $11 million for a school year. So options for consideration, and this I think this is where the fun will begin. So we actually met with the LCAP collaborative group last Thursday, and if you remember, they are the leaders of each of our bargaining partners and not official bargaining partners, but meet and confer groups. So we met with the entire group, and we actually went through this exact presentation, and we actually kind of walked through. We wanted to make sure folks around the table understood what the Amen grant was for and how it was to be used. We wanted to make sure they understood the board direction that had been given so far. They asked for some additional information about the areas, and that's where these bullets kind of came from to be able to get a little more detail about that. And then we discussed a couple of options. And one thing I do want to note, and there's some of the folks who are in the room today, so they'll hold me to being honest, is there were considerations. We went back to the 5 allowable areas, and questions from the unit leader said, well, there is that opportunity to do operational costs, and specifically, our employees did have an increase in costs related to healthcare this year, like most public entities across the state and nation, as healthcare continues to rise. And so the question was, could these dollars be used to offset those costs that our employees are experiencing? And I was honest that yes, they could be used for that. I did say, you've been paying attention though, right? You've been listening to the board, you've been listening to the conversations that have been going on, and you also understand the importance of the goods and services that are tied to the master plan and now the board priorities. And they agreed that they understood the importance of those services, and they see those services being carried out at schools. And they also understood that the visual and performing arts is important. And so that came through very strong. So there was no recommendation from the group to add in something, or a recommendation from them about doing something with healthcare costs or some other operational cost. We have 2 options that we shared, and 2 options we're sharing tonight for consideration by the board. The first one is just moving forward what the board has already given us direction to do, which is to implement 1 year of the approved goods and services at a cost of $11 million. Might be a little bit less than that, if we're able to pay for any of that out of the first block grant. But again, I just don't have as good a feeling about that today as I once did, based on the reduction. And then spending the remaining of those $36 million, $25 million on visual and performing arts, kind of in 3 areas. We have a K-6, for the first time ever, a K-6 visual arts curriculum that's going to be adopted next year. And so this would obviously be a place to take care of that. We have the Mandarins, a wonderful partnership that we've had for the past couple of years. And we now have bands at all of our elementary schools. And so we want to make sure that service continues. So the $2.3 million you see there would cover the Mandarins being in place in Elk Grove schools for the next 3 years. And then the visual and performing roadmap priorities. We are updating the visual and performing arts roadmap, and that we actually have a plan on that being ready to go in July of this year, should be finalized, and then we'll be able to bring that to the board so the board can see the detailed work of what priorities have been identified across the district and at school sites. The second option is to do 2 years of the goods and services, which would be a cost of $22 million. This would, from a logical standpoint, line up the goods and services for the same time period in which the people are already in place. So we'd have both the people and the goods and services good for next school year and the following school year. If we went in that direction, we would recommend $14 million of the grant being dedicated to VAPA. Of that, the same $4 million for the K-6 VAPA curriculum, the $2.3 for Mandarins, and then leaving $7.7 million to identify the highest priorities that come out of the VAPA roadmap. And again, the board will have the authority to approve the VAPA roadmap, number one, and then the board will have ultimate say in which items we would prioritize coming out of the roadmap. So that's the conversation that we've had to this point. We did share this with all of the labor partners, and if you can flip to the next one, I'll probably go back to this for discussion. But staff recommendation is to do option 2. We shared that with the group, the LCAP collaborative group, and each of the members of the group agreed that they thought option 2 was the best choice moving forward. So that's where we are currently. I look forward to the board's feedback and thoughts with regards to the what we do with a final recommendation to the board.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll now turn it on over to the board for questions. I'll start with Mr. Perez.
Do we want to do blue cards first?
I apologize. Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have blue cards?
We do. All right, we have 2 blue cards. So let's start with Rich Diltz, followed by EJ Koford.
All right. Thanks for giving me the time to speak to you all again. And I promise that while I am just as charged up about this as I am about the other topic, I'm a little more emotionally controlled in this because, frankly, I'm more angry than I am upset at the way the VAPA funding's been handled. My parents taught me that one of the most valuable lessons in life that I passed on to my kids is that just because you can do a thing doesn't mean you should do that thing. Allowable does not mean intended. There are funding sources available for all the programs that were mentioned that this money could go to, except for the VAPA programs that have been underfunded for years, if not decades. The arts we've got parents and students right now that are working and paying for the maintenance and care of EGUSD property. The parents are doing this. The kids have to pay in some cases to participate in some of these VAPA programs. That's unequitable, and it shouldn't be happening, especially in a district as robust as this one. The block grant includes the word discretionary, yes, and it is entirely legal to spend the money in just about any way you see fit, really. I mean, that's a really broad, open amount of things, but the title is Arts and Music and Instructional Materials. So as a citizen, I believe that that's what it's intended for. Now, perhaps our politicians are just lying to us, and they said arts and music, but they really meant, all these other expenses. But that, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me, and as a citizen, I don't necessarily believe that. The arts programs have needs, very expensive needs that have been languishing for years. There's there's a high school that has a black box theater, and that's the only theater that they have on their campus, if I'm correct. And they can't use it because it's basically been condemned, because it's not safe and because they can't, there's another one that I believe that the teacher can't actually get into the control board with the lighting and everything because it's not disabled access. There's just,
School district, I mean, what school, please?
you know, I'm sorry, I don't remember the specific school, but I'm sure if Carmine doesn't know, I could get that information for you.
So what, I want clarification, that's all.
Valley, thank you. You know, you can spend the money how you see fit. That's your job, obviously, but my job is to be here and say that I really suggest you get some of these VAPA needs met that have been unmet for years. There's instruments that are in the cabinets that have been used by students for like 40 years, that have been falling apart, that need, you know, hundreds and thousands of dollars of repairs. And frankly, the band parents have been the ones replacing them all. You know, Mr. Hoffman, I'll be brief. I sent you an email on this topic, and you replied, which I really appreciate, by the way. And in your reply, you said, the board and I are committed to the arts as well, and that pleased me greatly. But this is a chance for the board to show how committed they are by spending as much money as possible on the music and the arts.
Thank you.
You can't claim to be committed to the arts or equity in schools and then spend more than 60% of an arts and music block grant on all sorts of other items that are not the
Your
arts.
time is up. Thank you. And I apologize. Since one of our board members interrupted him, I gave him a couple of extra seconds. Next up is E.J. Coford.
Thank you, council members. My goal today is to convince you how important it is to put most of this money into arts and music. I'm a musician myself, the parent of 3 children that went through the Elk Grove system. And I want you to divert as little money as possible and focus on arts and music. I think there's a tendency sometimes to trivialize the importance of music in education. And I want to talk specifically about autism, because I'm the parent of a boy who's on the autistic spectrum. Autism is characterized by significant difficulty with reciprocal social communication, narrow, repetitive, or stereotyped thoughts and behavior, atypical sensitivity to sensory stimuli. These neuropsychological challenges impact many areas of an affected person's life, impeding their ability to function as young adults. I don't think I have to convince you that people who are on the spectrum are massively underemployed in the state of California and nationally. The prevalence of autism is shooting up at an alarming rate, so we have lots of kids going through the system. What I'm saying is, music is just not about having the marching band out at halftime in the football game. For these autistic kids, it's a critical way to learn teamwork, leadership, emotional management, social skills, goal setting. They develop all these adulting skills so that they come out much more functional than they would otherwise. Along with being a good time, if you're thinking about all the other programs that are going to want to draw your attention, consider that the proportion of students that are in the music and arts programs that are on the spectrum is quite high. And you have an opportunity to give those kids the best counseling opportunity you could get anywhere. So just one little item to consider when you're thinking about music and arts programs. Thank you.
And that is the last blue card we have.
Okay. We will start with you, Mr. Fortina.
Thank you. I have a number of questions, number of statements, and a lot of paper in front of me, so I think I'm organized and ready to go. I'm going to start with slide number 3. I have an objection to the statement, maintain and evaluate what we have built over the last 3 years. Since maintain is attached to the statement and evaluate over the last 3 years, it constitutes a new understanding that we as a board has not accepted. Also, the second states, what we have already started. What we've already started incorporates program supplies and services that started with the one-time funding and without a plan to sustain the action, and therefore it shouldn't be part of the statement. I see both of those areas as misleading and wrong. I'm going to get into my questions, and I'm going to start with slide number 15. Okay. I thought you were going to it. That is 15. Okay, then, okay, 16? Thank you. I have a couple of questions here. One, how were the numbers reached for each of the options? What will the numbers cover? And what's left out? How will the money be distributed? And what priorities were identified between knowing the money was coming and when it was decided to make the recommendations? I'd like to start with those 4 questions, and then I have others.
Let me just go back to the top of the list.
The first one was, how were the numbers reached?
Well, the $11 million number is the number that's tied to the cost of the goods and services for a year. The cost of the $4 million is the estimated cost for the K-6 VAPA curriculum. The Mandarins, the $2.3 million, is the cost for the 3 years of the program, and then we subtracted those dollars away from the total of $36 million, and that would allow you for the dollars that would be available for the VAPA priorities.
Okay, so within those statements, you are indicating to me and to us that you have a complete list of goods and services totaling up the $11 million and not just the example we were provided after the question was asked.
Well, the board we'd already gone over the specifics of the individual services and goods. That was already given to the board back a couple of different times during the school year. So we didn't go through and spend a significant amount of time listing those in this presentation because it was really a conversation about whether we wanted to continue, expand the direction the board had already given us, and that would have an impact on what other funds would be available through the Amen grant.
So you have a yes to that question.
You'd have to say the question again before you hold me to something.
How did you arrive at the $18.7 million for, 1, a roadmap that has not yet been written, and 2, the fact that we do not have a current database that lists what we have and what we need?
So that's a different question than you asked before. So you asked me to come to a yes, so I'll move on to this question.
Well, yes was for the first part.
Although that was you putting a word into my mouth. I asked you to repeat the question to make sure that I knew what you were saying yes to.
Far be it from me to put words into your mouth.
Fair
What my
both ways.
understanding was, based on your response, is that the 1 year of approved goods and services indeed is a complete list of goods and services totaling $11 million.
Correct.
Okay. How did you arrive at the $18.7 million for roadmap priorities when, 1, the roadmap is not yet written, and 2, we do not have in our possession a roadmap that outlines the VAPA needs?
These are simply dollars that will be available when, again, the dollars that will be available when the roadmap is complete. The board will approve the roadmap, and then we will look at the priorities. Staff will make a recommendation, board will give us feedback, and ultimately, before any funds are expended for any of the items within the roadmap, the board will approve those.
Was any recognition given to the fact that the $18.7 million, once a database is in fact established, that is not a sufficient amount of money.
Yeah, my estimation within the VAPA roadmap is there will be more than $18.7 million worth of need there. Yes.
That's pretty good. I sit on the committee and I don't know what it is.
I don't have a number, but the needs within the district are significant.
They are what?
Significant.
Yeah, they are, especially with the facilities part of it.
And then facilities, these funds really.
I understand.
Yeah, okay, so facilities isn't a place for these particular funds.
I know you wanted to make sure I understand.
Trying to be helpful.
We all try to put things in the best light that we can when we want to have our position approved. And that gets me to another question, and that is, what specifically were the education partners told to get them to be on board with the recommendation?
The exact presentation that I just did tonight.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not the education partners checked with their membership to see if their membership was going to agree with that recommendation?
We provided the information, the presentation, a couple days ahead of, so I don't know if they did that. So that would be a question they have to follow up with the individual members, but they are in a position to speak for their membership, and they share their opinions based on their positions within the organizations.
We've heard from some people about inequities. I get, there are times that I get amused, I suppose, because people use the word equity when it's beneficial to whatever they're trying to get people to believe or accept. Last weekend, Kerr Middle School won 2 prestigious honors with its concert band and its jazz band, and that was wonderful. What it reflected was nothing that Elk Grove Unified School District has done. What it reflected was the fact that the parents, through their fundraising activities, are successful enough to be able to provide the funds necessary to support the kids who have worked hard. We will never see a Rudder Middle School. We will never see a Florin High School win these kinds of awards because they don't have the support for the children that will allow them to do that. And I haven't seen, as one example, any kind of a consideration for the fact that if we are truly going to have equity within the both the education and opportunities for all of our kids, then that's a point that needs to be addressed and money needs to be set aside for it. What is the rationale for option 2 over option 1?
The The rationale is that the goods and services that are provided, through the 2-year piece are critical. They are services that students are receiving currently in our schools. They are the resources for staff that we have in place to be able to carry out the programming that we believe is critical. And so the idea of doing the 2-year piece aligns the services and the goods to go along with the position, so they're both in place over the same period of time.
Is the assumption that they are critical just that, since this board has not yet received the evaluation data from Mr. Cerruti that says these are critical services?
As you know, the board gave us direction with regards to how to do the evaluation process, and that process is underway, and we're doing the prospective survey currently. We'll be presenting additional information to the board in the fall with regards to this work. So we have a process in place, and the board's given us direction to move forward with that.
So would it be fair to say that you think they're critical because we don't have data yet that says they're critical?
Well, the Chromebooks, I think if you go item by item, in my opinion, those things are critical, yes.
Given that the fact that we have incredible inequities in our schools, how will the money be distributed?
Which money?
The hopefully, if this board, it only has 2 options, hopefully if this board accepts option 1, how would the $18.7 million be distributed to our 67 sites?
Well, once the VAPA roadmap is completed, we'll bring that to the board. The board will approve the plan itself, and then from that, we will bring recommendations to the board on which items should be funded first, and that will ultimately be the decision of the board.
Do you have an awareness that the roadmap will not include a database?
A database of
which would in essence be a catalog of what we have and what we need for VAPA program. And when I say VAPA program, that's everything we do with and for our kids.
Well, we are collecting and gathering information about what the needs are, and we have that information, and we will have that available to the board. That's part of the work that we're doing. We're doing it currently.
When the roadmap comes before the board in July, we will have in front of us a complete database that says this is what we have. And this is what we need?
A complete database, I don't know that will be in a database form, so you're using the term database, so I'm not committing to a database.
Again, can I finish? I can give examples.
Can I just finish my?
Yeah.
But we will have the needs. That's part of what we're doing is identifying the needs. I don't know that we're going to have a running list of everything we have, and then a separate list that shows what we need, but we're identifying the needs. That's the work that we're doing.
I think we have a difference of opinion with respect to
That's very possible.
With respect to what the roadmap is. And we just had a meeting yesterday, and what the roadmap is going to be about is what we want to do, not how we're going to do it and how much it's going to cost. So I see these recommendations as putting the horse before the cart.
Well, there isn't a recommendation yet. All we're doing is setting dollars aside so that we can use them on the priorities that come out of the roadmap. We're not identifying what those priorities are. We're setting the dollars aside to be able to fund those, and the board will have the decision-making authority on what we fund.
I'm sorry, this isn't a time where we can take comments or questions from the audience. Thank you.
You know, it's an old expression, and I certainly don't want to be accused of beating a horse to a dead horse. But there are teachers that have already begun to do what our district hasn't done, and that's just have a Google form which says what's going on. You know, there are simple issues like budget. Right now, schools get an allocation for VAPA, and the principals determine how it's going to be utilized. That becomes a whole nother equity issue. We have Sheldon High School. I'll give you an example. This easy one. I can give you hundreds of examples. Ceramics teacher gets a budget of $3,000 a year for 200 children. That's $15 a kid. She ran out of clay 2 months ago. We have 30-year-old instruments in many schools. I have them here. Monterey Trail, Kerr. I know Monterey Trail hasn't been open 30 years. Schools move equipment around because we don't have an inventory that says where stuff goes. The equipment can't even be repaired any longer. We have ceramics classes where the kids don't have aprons and their parents can't buy them. We have photography classes where there's not enough cameras for all the kids in the class. We have stages at our schools that are too small, and the kids play behind the back curtains and their parents can't even see them. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. We as a school district do not have a Google form, let alone a complete spreadsheet that says, this is what I have, this is what I need. We don't even have, and would come off of a database, a plan that talks about equipment replacement. When you look at kilns, when you look at drapes, when you look at furniture, they all have lives. And just like anything else, air conditioners, flooring, you got to have a plan. These recommendations that for goods and services, once again, for me, become a rob Peter to pay Paul, because we don't have a clue how we're going to fund these items when the money runs out. We didn't have an idea how we were going to fund the items when they started, but we don't have any idea how they're going to be funded when the money runs out. But we want to take away from the block grant either $11 or $22 million when we don't even know how much VAPA needs just to meet its current needs, forget its future needs, and the recognition that it has long been ignored as a priority area. I have other questions. I think I'm just going to summarize it with a statement, and I'm going to read the statement just so I don't mess up with it. At this time, I unequivocally cannot support option 1 or option 2 of the proposed recommendations and believe that the VAPA block grant money is targeted to continue support for decisions that should not have been made. Our kids in VAPA programs, those that have participated and those that have not yet participated, elementary students specifically, that will benefit from the infusion of VAPA-related education into their curriculum deserve the full benefit from the block grant funds. Clearly, the 20% associated with Proposition 28 will not meet program requirements, which begs the question, why would we raid a source of funding currently available to fund a program that has been long neglected? Why would we do that? This is our opportunity to finally say, VAPA is important. The data is there. We want to provide the fulfillment of the dreams that are presented in our current roadmap and will be presented in the revised roadmap. But that roadmap is not going to do what needs to be done in order to make a sound budget decision. Thank you.
Isabella?
I don't have the same breadth of knowledge or experience, I think, as everyone else in the room. So I don't want to definitively choose one of the two options. But I do want to be honest to the student population that I represent. The other representatives and I have heard a significant amount about the need for VAPA support. It's right there under mental health support. And I see on my own campus how most, if not all, of the VAPA organizations fundraise on their own, and that's where they get a lot of their support. Of course, I acknowledge that I come at this with a biased lens as a student, because obviously the student population I interact with is not going to have the extensive knowledge about these goods and services that would be provided with option 2. And so I have shared before, too, that mental health support is by far the #1 need expressed by students. And I understand how this is largely provided for in the goods and services outlined here. And yeah, so it's an impossible task because, you know, everything is so important. So I do lean towards option 1, but I think either option will be a huge step forward for our VAPA programs.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas? Pardon me? I think we'll go down. Mr. Perez, we'll come back to you, okay? Okay.
All right. So I definitely don't want to discount the value of VAPA programs. I think that, you know, what has been said already, both by public commenters and by Mr. Forcina, I agree with entirely. The value of VAPA programs cannot be understated, particularly, and it is one of those programs that serves students who need it most. It is one of those programs that provides opportunities for students who are often missed in traditional education. And I think that in and of itself is incredibly important, you know, and something that we need to consider when we're talking about VAPA funding. I agree completely that it is an underfunded priority, that it is something that that tends to take a back seat when, you know, when we have money and when we don't. And I 100% agree with that. And I 100% agree with the fact that we need to prioritize it. I also agree completely with the observation that it is an equity issue, that unfortunately, you know, VAPA, success in VAPA and access to VAPA tend to be in places that have resources, and schools and communities that don't have resources tend to struggle in providing those opportunities and services. And so I'm glad that we have the opportunity to do this. I'm glad that we have the opportunity to spend quite a bit of money, even in option number 2. We're going to be spending quite a bit of money on VAPA. It is not ideal, but option number 2, if you take into account Prop 98, is still, we're spending about 50% of the available funds on VAPA and 50% of the funds continuing the goods and services, which is not an ideal situation. I think for me, this is one of those issues that if we were looking at a good budget cycle, if we were looking at, you know, or even a normal budget cycle, I would say option 1 would be would by far be my preference. Just because in a normal budget cycle or a good budget cycle, there would be at least the potential for other money to backstop if we got into a bad situation or, you know, or something happened, right? But one of the challenges and one of the realities that we have to face right now is that we're not in that situation. And this feels like a difficult decision that we have to make in the situation we're in. And that being said, my preference is still, I would still like the administration to see if there's an opportunity to pursue the first option, but I recognize that the reality may be that the only way we are going to continue and maintain our commitments, the commitments that we have already made with ESSER funds, is to do option 2. I think that to me, that feels like the fair thing to do with the commitments that we have already made. And I also recognize that that Mr. Forcina is not wrong, that we are once again kicking the can down the road. And we are going to keep trying to kick this can down the road until there are funds available to make these things permanent. And I think that on some level, we have an obligation to keep trying to do that until these things are made permanent, or we determine that they are no longer necessary, which, as you know, as the superintendent mentioned, may well be the situation once we have all of the numbers in and we see which programs are working and which ones are not. So that being said, the one additional point I want to make is that I was a little disappointed that library materials were not included in this round of conversations. I think that this has been an ongoing conversation, at least for the past year, is the need for us to put money toward library materials, in particular, making it so that we can more quickly cycle out older and aging books in our libraries and have them replaced with important new materials for students. And it is disappointing that even though that is in the statute as one of the things that we can do with this money, we are probably choosing not to do that. I also recognize that the reality is that buckets of money come along and we have to prioritize how we spend them. And I would love us the next time we have a bucket of money, whether that comes in the form of general fund or another block grant of some kind, really, really think about how do we improve our libraries? How do we put money towards some of the needs that have been identified by our library techs and librarians? I think those are important considerations. I wish that we had been able to do that this time around. I think that's probably not going to happen. But I would like to commend that to the administration for the next time we have something available to really consider how we can spend that money towards our libraries and librarians. And I think that that makes my position pretty clear. So I will hand it back.
I think this is the first of what I keep considering and saying are going to be some very hard decisions we have to make. I read today of the hundreds of employees that are getting laid off in other districts. And we are trying to be as responsible as possible to take care of our people. And I really feel that's important. I support VAPA. Maybe this is the litmus test of the day. But I think you have to look at things in a whole. And I know people feel strongly on different parts. I want to point out that both options include getting a K through 6 curriculum. Both options include the after-school band. When I started on the school district, VAPA had 0 dedicated funds. And right now we're at 8 million through a Prop 23, which is great. And we're going to have a lump sum. And I believe we've made it clear that we'd also like to try to address some VAPA things within our facilities plan. So I don't think it would be fair to say we are not supportive of VAPA, but we may not be where you feel we should be on VAPA, or I feel where you feel I should be on VAPA. When I look at what we're talking about spending on VAPA, it's about 38.8% of these funds will go there. But then I also look at an AVID program that helps every kid in the school as well. I look at BSUs that are helping students who feel more included in their schools. I think all of these are good. That is the definite problem. We do a lot of excellent work. Foundational reading skill support. Anybody who knows me knows I'm a huge reading focus. It's so hard to choose, but I do look towards some of the people that do talk to us, and I appreciate how the unions were accepting of a stage 2 or an option 2. They made a sacrifice on their own to say those words, and they made it because in our district we really do, I believe, do what we think's best for kids. I think no matter where we come from, we always come back to what's best for kids. And there's always what's best for those kids or these kids or that kids, but it's really just so hard from here. It's for all kids. And you can't, and there's every right to champion your child and your cause. But I believe that we were led astray with a very deceptive title on this work, and I don't appreciate that. And I think the money came from COVID to try to help our kids get over this. And the recess support that's helping with their outsides play and being able to come into a classroom and be ready to learn, and those things just have so much importance to me. And as I visit schools, there's so many important things, and it's everywhere. It's at all 43 elementary schools. Those kind of things really speak to me. So again, I do not appreciate I believe this was presented in a deceptive way. I am thrilled we will start having yearly money for VAPA. I do not believe that means we do not still need to continue to work to continue investing in VAPA. So I feel very comfortable making that statement. So I think option 2, I think when VAPA roadmap is made, having $7.7 million to start down the road is a great place to be. And we do continue to work for things. And I just want to point out, when I was serving on this board with Chet Madison, we were at graduations and we looked over at Valley High School's band, and it probably had 8 kids in it. It didn't have more than 10. And Chet just said, "This is unacceptable." And we said, "This is unacceptable." And it just pointed out a glaring thing to us. And if you go to graduation this year, look at Valley's band. It's exciting. It's big. So this is doable. We're making strides. We're working towards it, and it is not off. It is not off of our forecast. I can't think of the right word. So, thank you. I am fine with option 2, and I do appreciate the passion behind this situation.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Good evening, Chris. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah. And I want to thank my colleagues who already say a lot of great things. Before I make my comments, I wanted to ask some clarification questions first, if you don't mind. So we have to choose between option 1 and 2 tonight. I said clarification.
Yeah, tonight's a discussion item, so we're looking for direction from the board, but it's not, there's no decision being made, no motions tonight. It's a discussion item.
Thank you. And I did listen all the way when you guys talk. So, option 2 versus option 1. So, option 2. Well, let's talk about option 1 first. If we were to choose option 1, would that eliminate some of the current employees' job?
So there's no positions tied to the ongoing goods and services. These are the services that people that we have hired through the Block Grant 1 through the next 2 years. These are some of the services that they're providing. So it's some of the work, the resources they have to do their work. But there's no people tied to these positions or these resources.
So when is the tentative date that we will get information from, in terms of data, to support the option 1 or option 2 from Mr. Cerruti?
So I do want to make this clear, so Mr. Cerruti can sleep tonight and he comes back to work tomorrow. Is that this is not Mr. Cerruti's job. This is all of our jobs, and we did bring a process to the board, and the board gave us direction to move forward with the process, which will include surveys, will include a lot of different data sets. The other thing I do want to make absolutely clear. Hold on.
Mr. Perez, please. Can we limit the side conversation so that we can hear Sean? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, the other thing I want to make really, really clear is there is no mathematical formula. And I said this when we presented there is no mathematical formula that's going to take each of those items and rank them very easily for the board. This one is a 21.5 and this one's a 21.2, so you should do the one that's 21.2. There's very few things in education that A plus B equals C. What we're going to do is we're going to share data points that we have. We're also going to share evidence. Some of it's going to be examples of people observing the work being done at the school sites. So it's going to be a variety of sources, but I'll make this perfect. This is not going to be an easy decision. If we in what order we ultimately put these things in, and we're not going to make this. It's impossible to put a numerical number that's going to easily line up. I think we're going to be able to put some things in some buckets and be able to say there's some evidence that this is having impact. I think all of them are going to have some evidence that they're having impact, and ultimately we're going to have to make some recommendations to the board, which I think will be very challenging to do, and ultimately the board's going to have to make some challenging decisions, not unlike what we're trying to do with this block grant.
So I see that we have the amount of fund here, and then we have the area of interest, and the amount of fund to each area of interest is listed there. Are we too late to make any adjustment in terms of area of interest?
No, the board has full authority. You know what the 5 areas in which the grant could be funded. The board has the authority to give direction. Anyway, ultimately, it's going to take 4 to vote on it to make direction. But these are the areas that we've heard from work we're currently doing, and then work through the direction we've heard from the board in different conversations over the past several months.
Last question for now. When will we make a motion to take on the option?
Right now, it's scheduled for May 28th.
Okay, so thank you for your response. Now I'm going to make my comment. The reason why I asked those questions is because we have to know, or I have to know precisely what I still could do and what we could do. The good news is we have some money here to allocate to serve or provide the kids, to better them or better their situation. I think that's a great news. So I hear my colleague, you guys care a lot about making sure this fund being allocated properly according to your thoughts and what you think is best for the school district. So from what I heard from Chris, we still have some time to do some homework, because he said clearly it's just not Mr. Mark Cerruti's job to put all this together. It's all of us' job. And at the end of the day, it's us up here, the 7 of us, going to make that decision. So we got some work to do, ladies and gentlemen. That's the honest truth. So I will do my part to talk to Chris, of course, off of the meeting, because definitely we need more time to deep dive on this situation. And I think that it's fair to say you guys probably need more time as well to deep dive. And I hear Trustee Fachina clearly in terms of his against option 1 or 2 because of lack of data or just not enough information for him to feel comfortable to support one or another. So I get it. And that's why we should do more homework within ourselves and with other staff. And I know that I'm going to do that because it's important that I make sure that I feel very comfortable and confident about my decision, putting my vote forefront to take whatever option that we may vote on May 28th. So with that said, I'm optimistic that the staff with us will make the right decision on May 28th, because I know that we care and we're going to do our homework. Until then, let's just be optimistic that we will do our homework and make that right decision on May 28th. So thank you. That's all I have to say for now.
Okay, I know that Mr. Forcino wanted to clarify what his recommendation is. Are you okay if I go to Tony first? No.
First of all, I need to say, before I make that recommendation, that the comments I made, in my opinion, were neither devious, deceitful, or misleading, because were I going to
Mr.
even
Forcina,
imply...
Mr. Forcina, I think the reference to deceival was the legislature and how they titled it. I don't think it was. It was
not to you.
It was about how
I think the title the legislators gave it was deceptive and deceiving.
Yeah, no, not you.
It was not to you.
Because with the goods and services that we received, that to me is misleading. Because Black Student Union, Student Equity Council, those are things we did before ESSER. So they don't have to come out of ESSER. Testing for special ed, that's our responsibility. It does not have to come out of the block grant. But here's my recommendation. Because of the work of the superintendent and his resourcefulness in working with the 7 board members, we have built up a grotesque reserve. Over, what is it now? Over $120 million? We could take either the 11 or the $22 million out of the reserve, leave the rest of the money on the table, block grant, and that is my recommendation, that we have a third option, and that option being that we fund the goods and services out of reserves. They are, quote, one-time expenditures. That means they can indeed be funded from reserve. And then we leave the $36 million on the table for VAPA. That is my third option.
Thank you. Mr. Perez.
Okay. Well, I can't understand my fellow board members making the decision or even saying they prefer this or that, plan 1, option 1, or option 2, without research or evaluations. What programs are working? Which ones are failing? And what school sites, like you mentioned, Rudder, Florin, Valley. We need band equipment. That's 30 years ago, 40 years ago, when Chet got on this board. Chet Madison, great man. So, and I haven't heard when are we going to get that research or evaluation. Now, I hear that we're going to make a decision the 28th of what month? May, this month. Without that data, without those evaluations, without input from our community members, parents and students at the local high school, middle schools, elementaries, all we have are staff recommendations. Is that the process that we're regressing to now? It's sad. I would like to make a motion that we don't vote the May 28th until we have all the data, all the evaluations, all the input for the parents, and we have a district-wide meeting on this issue. This is very important. Health outcomes, the music and arts is remarkable to students, all students. You name it. They would come to school because of that, because they are on the band. They would not miss this class or that class or the ability to go to rehearsals or play in the band because of that. I know that. I've seen that. And you've seen that. So, there's no timeline. You know, all this other programs, planning, we had timeline. Boom, we get this today, May 7th, and within 21 days, we make a decision without data, without research, evaluation, input from the parents and students. No. To me, this is like pushing this on us. I'm not gonna be part of that. I think they already have the 4 votes to tell you the truth, which plan they want. I don't know what happens between, behind closed doors. I tell you the truth. That's the way I feel. I feel from my heart. I think they may have the 4 votes already. They're going to push this through. Okay. Here's one thing I'm not clear about, and that is page 9. We put page 9. Operation cost. Well, we presently have X amount of staff working in arts and music, right? And how many of those are at each school? Do we know that? Is there a database? I don't know it. And how much does it cost for the health and retirement funds? Do we have that data for each school, for each person that's presently working in those elementary schools, those middle schools, high schools, continuation? We don't have that. What does it take to reach parity or equity district-wide? We don't have that data. And when we get parents coming up here and telling me that this and that, at Valley they don't have a theater, that's sad. Is that part of the master plan? It's sad to me. And in fact, I was told when we did this program the first time around, everybody in music and arts and music will have a brand new instrument. What happened? I was led to believe that each school band would have new equipment. Or do they? Do they have new equipment? Or was the equipment from this school transferred to this school? We don't have that. Mr. Forcina said that. We don't have that database. I knew that. So the question is, what I'm not clear about, how much in plan 1 or option 1 or 2 or of this 36 million is going towards retirement and health? They don't tell you that.
0. We're recommending 0.
You're going to well, I didn't see it in here.
That's because you don't see it. That means it's not there.
Well, make it clear. Because you say number 4, you're okay.
I said pretty clearly that it's not included. That
it's allowed to spend. You say 4, but you did not say anywhere under that 20, either option 1 or 2, how much is going to be spent on health care and retirement.
I specifically said that the leaders of the labor groups brought that up as a topic, and that we were not recommending that be included in the plan. I said that in the presentation.
But let me ask you this: the staff that we hire in the arts and the music, we have to provide funding for those individuals.
They are. Those folks are already funded in the general fund.
Right? With the last art funding.
I don't know what last. I don't know what last arts funding you're talking about.
Okay, let me ask you this: if we hire 100 people, and they make recommendations through the plan, we're going to have to spend part of this $36 million towards their health and retirement.
No,
correct?
Because those are covered in the first block grant. All the employee costs are covered there.
Okay, I just asked that. I just was inquiring.
You didn't ask that.
Okay, then. How much are we spending in that first grant? Of those total number of staff, how much are we? We don't have those numbers. So
we've shared it with you before. It's roughly about $36 million. But this is the second block grant. We're not talking about the first block grant.
So therefore, such and such place, high school, middle school, if we want to double that staff, we need those numbers in order to provide health benefits and retirement benefits. So we don't have those numbers.
What you're asking for makes no sense in what we're talking about right now.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You don't want to. If we hire more people, we will not pay health benefits and retirement.
We're not talking about hiring more people.
This grant is not about people. This is not about people. We've already talked about the people.
If we are going to expand this program, how are we going to expand it without people?
That doesn't come from this funding.
These are the services the people do. It's not the people.
For after-school program block grant that they had, paid for the people, so the people are paid for.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Okay. Lack of clarity, lack of information, lack of data, research, amount. So you didn't put that in here. Huh? Now, another question. Page 10, next page. Can we use for learning loss, achievement gap that they had prior?
We could under another category. I don't think we would do it under COVID-19 related costs based on how they describe them here.
So what category under this legislation? We don't have a copy of that. You didn't give us, provide us a.
Yeah, so if we could slide back to the 5 areas.
That's my number one priority. Learning loss, achievement gap, what they had prior to COVID.
That's the work.
And if this money could be used for that to elevate their scores district-wide, and we all know Area 1 and Area 3, Valley and Florida, the lowest achieving schools, and we need to spend more money in those geographical areas.
Right. So if we go, if you slide actually to the page of the show, the $11 million items. Let's go to that real quick. So if you look at the work that we're doing with AVID, if you look at the work that we're doing in ed equity and family and community engagement, that is directly supporting our schools. On the next page, the focus on K-1 level foundational reading skills support. That is, we have people in the schools, we have additional staff in the schools, academic intervention teachers. We're doing significant work with regards to improving the skills of our teachers to teach reading. And these are resources in place directly to support that work happening at our schools. It's directly related.
Okay, and we all know. And we all know our math scores are really low. So, there's math involved with music. So it's very important they could actually do a curriculum of study, math, numbers, and music. It's a proven fact that they have higher outcomes when they participate in music. So the question was, can we use that fund, this fund, for learning loss?
I'd say that we are.
No, I'm going to say this pot of money. Okay, I know we are using it in other programs, but this pot of money, can we use it for that particular goal and objective?
I'd say that's part of the recommendation.
Can this board vote on that issue? Or can you tell me, can we use that?
I'd say
Yes or no?
I'd say you can, and the recommendation is
Okay.
You
then.
are.
Okay, good. Okay.
So you're
Why
wanting to,
why are
ta-
you
you're
afraid-
wanting to
why you
take it
can't
away.
answer that?
You're wanting to take it away from VAPA.
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
saying you could have a curriculum of studying music and arts where you have math, you have reading skill, vocabulary, exercises. It's each discipline has their own vocabulary. Every
We go to
career
the
has
slide
their
with
own
options, please.
vocabulary, their own math. Arts and music have math. If you come and think about it.
Lisa, can we go to the slide with the options, please? So, Mr. Perez?
Yes.
In both of these plans, there's a K-6 visual and performing arts curriculum that's built into both of these plans. We've never had a K-6 visual and performing arts curriculum in our schools. That this will do that.
Great. I support that. That could be in option number 3 or 4. Financial literacy. There's already legislation that I think 2030 or 2030 that it's going to be mandatory that before you graduate, you're going to have a financial literacy. So why not put a pot of money and start developing that curriculum right now? I mentioned that already, that financial literacy is very important, and also computer literacy. That's another area I feel that high school graduates should be knowledgeable to use through their career development. Computer literacy and financial literacy. I'm glad that's in there. And we need to concentrate on that issue sooner than next year. Like I said, I'm not too happy on this presentation because I didn't have enough information. I'm not going to tell you which one I'm going to support, 1 or 2, because this is the lack of data, lack of evaluations, and it's sad that people are choosing sides right now. And I'd like to make a motion. Can we not
You cannot
vote?
make a motion.
It's not an action item.
What?
It's not an action item.
I tried.
This is not a vote. This is not an action item.
Like I said, somebody's going to have to make. Somebody's going to have to make a decision. Like you can make the decision. Hey, we need more time. We need more data. You could do that. That's your prerogative. That's your leadership skills. Could be doing that.
I think I'm aware of my leadership skills. Are you done making comments? Are you done? Are you done?
Well, again, we need community and student input, and see what it is out there.
Tony, can I add one thing to what you said earlier? You saying that we already have four vote supporting option 1 or 2. Based on what I put down, we don't have that. Just so that you know, you don't have one up. You don't pick option 1 or 2. Carmine, he's on option 3, which is not up there. I'm not picking option 1 or 2. We got 2 picking option 1, and then 2 option 2 bad pick option 2. So just to clarify, based on what we heard on this dice, there is no clear member for one option. Just want to clarify to what you said earlier.
Thank you, Sean. Okay. Are you finished? Thank you. Okay. Whew. Thank you for the presentation. I would say that all of my board members have made comments that I'm in agreement with. I think that it's a challenge to ask us to provide direction when, as has been mentioned, we don't have the evaluation of the goods and services. We don't know the roadmap priorities. We don't know how much, we don't have a needs assessment complete, so we don't know what that 18.7 million or 7.7 million would cover. This is a challenge. But I also understand that for us to continue to move forward with trying to make decisions and trying to find funding and trying to map this out, you're asking for direction from us. It's not a vote. It is not something that is binding. It's just you're asking for our thought partnership. You're asking for our advice in what direction to continue going. I do appreciate that our labor partners have put thought into this as well and have provided their thought partnership and their advice. Again, this is not a formal vote. And I look forward to being able to have data, because I think that, as you can see, asking us to prioritize where to spend money without really being able to evaluate which area to prioritize over another is extremely difficult, and you're going to get a lot of different opinions. And we end up relying on people's passions versus being able to look at logical decision making. So with that, my direction, I came in with one, and I want to honor the work that went in hearing from our labor partners as well with option 2, but I really want to look at how we can expand that. And I have a really hard time. That 7.7 million could be a drop in the bucket, and then therefore, does it really make an impact? Not knowing the cost to be able to fund VAPA, and to what end? Because what does mean to make it whole? What does mean to fund it to its entirety? What does that mean? We haven't defined that. So again, these are hard decisions. We're going to continue to make hard decisions, but the district has done work to gain consensus from various stakeholders, and so I will then go with option 2 at this point.
Madam President. Yes. That being said, and I certainly respect your comments about the education partners being included. As Mr. Perez said, the students, the parents were not included. They weren't seen as a partner. We talk about inclusion. Again, I use inclusion like equity, or my feelings about inclusion are like equity. They're words that we use when they benefit us. The option I put on the table was not an option that was presented to the education partners. Taking 11 or 22 million out of reserves doesn't really impact the reserve fund that much. It allows for the goods and services to stay on the table, so nothing is removed, and the block grant stays intact to fund VAPA needs. And I'll tell you, they're voluminous. So there is a third option that we can legitimately look at that doesn't impact, in my opinion, anything.
Is that a viable option in terms of, I don't know, and I don't want to put Ms. Watkins on the spot, but is there other funding within the reserves that could cover that? Is that something that we could find out at a later time if we don't have that money?
We'll be doing a May revised presentation for the board at the next meeting. And we'll be able to see, if you remember what we presented with regards to our reserves have never been lower than they've been now. We have identified and set some dollars aside. So there's dollars set aside to take care of curricular needs moving forward. But those are dollars that are identified to be spent. So without having the budget in front of it, there's not $22 million that if we do that we just dedicate to this funding that doesn't put us in a significantly weaker financial position than we are currently. So we will be looking at the May revision, and we'll get another, I mean, the governor and the legislature are going to come up with the next version. We think the COLA is going to tick up a bit, jump off of 0.76 to a little bit over a point, but there's a whole bunch of conversation about that there's going to be more cuts, because I remember when we shared the January budget information, it was the governor did everything he could to protect education. But all the other parts of the budget have been lobbying for the last several months to get their items funded and to have the cuts be shared with education. So until we see the May revise, I can't make any conversation or a statement about whether we could take dollars out of the reserve and be okay.
No, legally we can.
I didn't say legally anything. I said
But
whatever.
that's important. You said, oh, we can't take them out. We can
I
take
didn't
them
say
out.
that.
You
I did
just
not
said
say
that.
I said I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, but we can. The question from Gina was, can we do that? Can we take the money from reserves? That's a yes, we can, or no, we can't.
She asked if we could do it and would it be viable to do it. She didn't ask a yes or no question. She asked, do we have the budget to be able to do that? That's how I interpreted the question.
Yeah, I did ask, do we have the budget to do that? And I think
That wasn't a matter. It wasn't a yes or no question as it was presented to me. Maybe that's not what I heard.
okay. Miss Albiani had her hand raised.
This idea of getting into reserves to do a one-time catch-up with VAPA, that's an interest. But in my turn. Excuse me, my turn though. I listened to you the whole time, Carmen. The idea of taking reserves to fund this, I do not find palatable. The idea of once we know what we need from VAPA and seeing if we take some money from our reserves at that point to help get VAPA to a hole or a place we want or something like that does seem reasonable to me. And I think I think these programs that we're looking at, the $11 million of goods and services, is a result of a very complete survey we did with parents when COVID was happening. And it's old data, but I think it's fair. I mean, this is one of the reasons, we chose these things to do with families during COVID, and we included families and students at that point. So this is a continuation of something, and we can say we haven't done it this time, and I get that, but I think it's a little bit too black and white to say that there was no parent or student involvement in it at all, because it's based off what we decided during the COVID time. And that's a continuation of these funds trying to help kids get through the ramifications of COVID.
Are we going to get data or data from evaluations before the 28th?
No.
Okay. Okay. I think I don't know if we really gave you direction or thought partnership there. But as you can see, I think we're all conflicted in
Thank
how
you very
to
much.
best
I
serve our
appreciate it.
students. Okay. Pardon me? No. Okay. Consideration and public notice of CSEA's initial proposal to the district regarding contract reopener for 2024-2025 school year. Mr. Riley.
Thank you, President Jamerson, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following process is required for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. 1, the union's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice, and 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the union's initial proposal. CSEA's initial proposal is attached. It's recommended that after the closure of the public hearing, the board take action to officially receive CSEA's initial proposal.
Okay, I would like to now open the public hearing and call on Mr. Vargas to see if there are any blue cards on this item.
Madam President, we have no blue cards on this item.
I would now like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to CSEA regarding collective bargaining for the 2024-25 year. It's been moved by Mr. Vargas and seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and National Union of Healthcare Workers regarding comparability study.
We have one more before that, our proposal to CSEA.
Thank you. Yes.
Right, thank you. Again, pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, following are stipulated for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. One, the district's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice, and two, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the district's initial proposal. EGUSD's initial proposal is attached. And we're asking, same process, for the board to conduct a public hearing, to receive comments, and then after the hearing, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal.
Okay, and I would now like to open the public hearing and call on Mr. Vargas to see if there are any blue cards on this item.
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
I would now like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to CSEA regarding collective bargaining for the 2024-25 school year.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vargas and seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and National Union of Healthcare Workers regarding comparability study.
Thank you. The tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and the National Union of Healthcare Workers regarding implementation of the comparability study has been ratified by a vote of the NUHW members. Education Code Section 3540.2 stipulates a fiscal review by the Sacramento County Office of Education of negotiated agreements to determine the financial impact of the agreement on the district budget. The AB 1200 report, which provides the financial analysis of the tentative agreement, is attached and was submitted to SCOE for their review and subsequently approved. As such, the EGUS board is asked to approve or ratify the attached tentative agreement.
I would now like to open the public hearing. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
I would now like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the district and NUHW.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vargas and seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, appointment of a representative from the Elk Grove Unified School District to the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. There was one request from Mr. Vargas. One request was received to fill the vacancy left with Nancy Chaitis Espinosa's resignation from CSBA Delegate Assembly. The representative will fill this 2-year term, which began on April 1st, 2024, and ends on March 31st, 2026. I would like to call for a motion to appoint Michael Vargas to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Albiani and seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Your mic.
Changes the April, changes the date, the beginning date, because it's past April 1st.
The term actually began on April 1st. It's to fill the term, yeah.
He's completing the term, and they decide what the term is, not us.
We didn't decide that. That's the term. He's going to fill the term beginning now.
Which began.
The term began on April 1st. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, board member and superintendent reports. Do we have any reports? No reports. Oh, Mr. Yang? Okay. Okay, thank you. Well,
Hold on, I got a request here. Governor Newsom proclaimed Jewish American Heritage Month 2024. I'd like you to pass this on to the resolution committee to do that also. We should.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Just remember that the process for doing that is simply just to email me. We don't do that at the board meeting. Thank you. I would now like to adjourn this meeting at 9:04 p.m. Thank you.